And sound, video, begin. Well, we have here conveniently on our hotbar our statement of intent. Seems I need an axe. Not sure where that zombie noise is coming from, but not gonna worry about it. So, first thing right out the gate, we will be replacing this witchwood altar with another brick altar. And all the lapis blocks can stay in place, that's fine. I think the easiest place to start will be up here, where the blocks are the most frustrating to place. You see the crafting altar block has become stone again, as a signal that the crafting altar is no longer valid. Given that I've torn half of it apart, this should not be surprising. It is still stone, because you are not allowed to mix materials in a crafting altar. But once we finish the transition, it should become a nether brick block analog. I still don't know why the witchwood block sounds like stone when you manipulate it. Come to think of it, a lot of modded wood blocks did back in this era. But not forestry, oddly enough. Speaking of which, we do have to get into forestry as well sometime. And frankly, the sooner the better. Oh, that's not a valid placement. And then we just complete the 5x5 floor, and this should switch over to nether brick. Once we get this lever back on. That could take a sec. There it goes. It is now cloning nether brick. Still hearing zombie noises. Probably down? Probably down. I don't know where. Yikes. Nope. Must be daytime. I know I've just gotten started, but I can just step away immediately already. So I'll just stand here for a few minutes and be right back. Okay. Sorry about that. Not very professional start, but unavoidable. Okay, so we burned half the day by just sitting idly by. Back to the mines. That's a creeper. That's a creeper who hasn't seen us, so I don't care. Now, I've read that Ventium is most common at altitude 30 and can also appear higher. It is also apparently most common in enchanted forest biomes, though that may be related to a mod pack that I don't have installed, because we don't have an enchanted forest biome. So I'm just going to assume height 30 has some accuracy to it, and go drilling around. Actually, you know what? This might be a job for more potion making. This might be a job for more brewing. I see our glint weed is growing nicely. Let's pick up a couple of them and help them spread farther. The Spanish moss is growing nicely. The ember moss is spreading. Witchery plants are taking over the space. Okay. On the brewing front, I'm thinking level 1 effect. And looking for pulverized rock. This will turn our stone into sand and leave the ores intact. So that is flint. Is there anything else we can get away with? Coal? But I don't have slime. It also doesn't cause items to drop. Erosion. We don't want to obliterate blocks. I also don't have oil of vitriol. So I think we're just looking at flint. I don't think power applies. Though again, we can just go ahead and try it. So that is Mandrake to begin the room. We'll do it twice, just for fun. Flint for the effect, glowstone for power, and then wood ash and water artichoke for a larger splash radius. Right, that is capacity 1 mandrake, power 1 glowstone dust, effect pulverized rock, that's flint. Then we go to dispersal, extent wood ash, and type water artichoke for instant splash. I should probably harvest some more water artichoke or speed along the breeding of it. But these are matters for soon. The same thing that happens to every artist. Once they get to the sales pitch, they're gone. I have lost count. The big disappointment about them is they're not even original. At first I was checking the actual pages that they'd linked to their sample art, and it's all the same art. All these different artists all have the same art. Well, I've been streaming for months, and it's inevitable that a couple times a week, sometimes multiple times a day, an artist, or a supposed artist, will happen along and be like, hey, I'm an artist. I can do channel graphics. Would you like to see my work? And they want to sell me channel graphics. And I'm not interested. And yeah, the view bots too. And I don't put up with either. They get banned. As soon as they get to the point where they're selling something, they get banned. Yeah, standing on the bubbling cauldrons, throwing in my ingredients, bottling up the results. Welcome to Witchery. We refill the cauldrons at 3 buckets apiece. And now we go back into the mines armed with this. Why would you do that? Really? That's the best you've got? Oh, there's that creeper we saw earlier. I want this spider. String is always so hard to come by. Also murder that thing just because it's a big pain. out of my territory. Okay. That's 3 inventory slots I won't get back. Potion time. Cobblestone. Gravel. Gravel's okay. Sand might be better. Well, if you're going to go that route, go the whole internet, do the full internet need and plant something in danger. Just consult local laws. I'm sure there's some species of plant that's considered a national treasure or something. Like native wildflowers. Who knows? There's certainly internet stories about that sort of thing happening just to make the homeowners association mad. I think this is just regular gravel. My potion did not do this. Well, I'm not going to turn down the free flint. Exactly. Peace on earth, goodwill toward men, to hell with homeowners associations. So while this blast potion mining method is getting me plenty of gravel and flint, it doesn't seem to be doing a thing for getting Ventium or iron. That's gonna be a good luck for me, dog. Also, the pizza places around here are pretty garbage. I think my neighborhood has the single worst quality Domino's pizza in the entire franchise. I used to eat 2 triple cheeseburgers from Wendy's every day for lunch, but that was back when I was in college. I don't have that kind of metabolism anymore. He got me. But he's dead anyway, so it doesn't matter. Monster stuff, half a stack of flint, that's pretty good. Blue topaz has gone over a stack. A few ores. Lots of gravel. Basically, everything they tell you about college being scary is a lie. College is not that big a deal. It's like high school with more free time, because you dictate your own schedule. That's also its weakness, because you can have days where you only go for 2 classes, and those 2 classes are 4 hours apart, so you're stuck in the building for all that time. Is it daytime? It's daytime. Let me get my farm equipment. We can work on the second row here. That's good. That's good. That's good. Just making sure none of these are weeds. You dumbass, that's called a job. Yeah, I've seen that one. That's the beauty of it. They give us the money every day into our accounts. Okay, these have all sprouted. Still waiting on this one. I'm very pleased that weeds did not happen to any of these. I'm gonna trust that one. I'm gonna trust that that one does not turn into weeds. supply chest, wheat for the crops chest. We have all these seeds to identify. Six, eight, seven. That's probably the strongest. 327. 327 is the same. 247. 237. 247. Okay, I read that wrong. 322. 221. So all those are garbage. And I forgot to identify the base seeds. 545, 555. Alright, so we know which ones we're planting and which ones we're destroying. Let's see if the weeds have eaten that last plant. Nope, but they were gonna try. Oh, instant. Alright. Plant our good poppies, the good dandelions, the good allium, and I need this out of the way so I can plant the good wheat. And then we go back downstairs and identify our pink tulips. Five, 5, is a strong contender. 544 is not. 642 also not great. Next we'll have to work on this row. But not right away. Not right away. Destroy all these bad seeds. And these cacti need to be moved. But to where? I think the answer is here. No, I don't like that either. It's the same distance. I want it farther away from the farm. So there's no risk of crops being bounced into the cactus and getting destroyed. I guess what we really need to do is fill in the rest of this lake and reclaim that space. Then I'll have more room for crops, trees, whatever else. I just don't need this water hole at all. Now I have better cactus space. Clip these along, spread them out so I can crossbreed them later. These got full grown fast. Okay. And that's it for farming for now. Gonna need more crop sticks as well. And the shovel's dying, that's not good. This is still going. Well, I did put a lot of flint in there, didn't I? Back to the mines again. That'll help me get away from this rain noise. A testament to how awful this rain noise was in older Minecraft is just the sheer number of mods there are, whose sole purpose is to cancel rain or mute that sound. Sure is a good thing that later on in Minecraft's life cycle, they changed the noise. Okay, tin is nice, and so is copper, but they're not what I'm here for. There sure are a lot of monsters on the minimap. Bah, none of this is what I'm looking for. What level should iron be at? Apparently equal chances from 0 all the way up to 64. I don't buy it. If that were true, we should have hit some by now. Instead of all this tin and copper. There we go. Iron at last. Not my main priority, but something I'm still in dire need of. One, two, three, fourth. Found lead. I hadn't even noticed. What are skeletons doing? How are there skeletons? Apparently there's some kind of open pocket nearby. I guess we'll hit it with further digging. As much as I've grown to dislike industrial craft for all of its ridiculousness around the wiring and really everything else that's wrong with it, there's one thing it definitely did that was good, and that was put a use to all the tons of coal you find. Well, we got a whole 6 iron. Hooray. Tin and copper, still the prevailing finds. The reason I came back is because my pickaxe is dying. Ah, yes, that's how this worked. So the survivalist's pickaxe is made of bronze. It breaks and can be repaired for 2 bronze instead of needing the full 3 to rebuild one. That is less useful than I'd hoped. So I'm just going to make another in-bar and call it done. Hello, creeper in my way. I don't need these. And back down we go to find more, probably nothing. There's that skeleton noise again, and an Enderman, and a blitz somewhere. we gotta find that skeleton. Or whatever is going on over there. I can't tell if they're above or below. Blue topaz, tin, coal. Useless. I'll get them on the way back, but for now they are useless. Still no sign of where all these noises are coming from. I have to assume that they're below, because there's not a whole lot of room above for a pocket to exist. Also, there's bat noises, which is good, because I need bat stuff. Ah, found it. Or did we? It's the bat anyway. Skeleton, check. Another bat. The bats aren't dropping what I need. I don't remember if I need the special knife to get it. Oh, there's just a random pool of garbage here. Toxic sludge. Don't need to step in that. More toxic sludge? Why yes, tons of toxic sludge. I'll have to come back here with a pump and a tank. 9 iron. Decent. Not incredible, but decent. Oh, more iron in the ceiling behind us. Still no luck on that Vintium, though. And yes, we'll probably continue complaining about that until we find some. That's just how these things work. I'm hearing lava bubbling. Oh! We found some. That is what I've been looking for. Vintium is a funny substance. It's very rare. Like, much, much rarer than it should be. Because it's required by Ars Magica for pretty much everything. The catch is, once you have enough of it, and enough in this context is not all that much, you can then create an infinite amount. I can smelt for 1, smelt for 1, pulverize for 2. We're going to do that. Definitely need to double our output here. And 8 Vintium might actually be enough to go infinite. Got all this iron, tin, tin. What else? Coal. Too much coal. Put away the cobble. Put away the dirt. Pulverize the Vintium first, followed by the iron. Get more power in the battery. Speaking of power, how is this doing? It's gone up very slightly. A time will come where we need to really, really focus on that. So how do we go infinite with Vintium? Well, that begins kind of with the obelisk. It also involves the calefactor. Which is made from smooth stone, lapis, redstone, blah blah blah. And a Vintium. I hope this is enough Vintium to get this going. So we have the calefactor. And the obelisk. Next step is we're going to need a crystal wrench, which honestly I thought I'd made, but I guess not. That's another Vintium. The crystal wrench really isn't optional, though. It would also be nice to have a battery, which is 4 more, and I really wish I didn't need it. The arcane ash is made by smelting arcane compound. Arcane compound is redstone, glowstone, stone, and netherrack. It's complicated stuff. Which we are going to end up needing a whole lot of. But for now, this is at least something. Also, it's not supposed to smelt into only 2, it's supposed to smelt into 4. But I guess not today. Mono battery. Now we need to start modifying this space very heavily. Because we need room for at least 2 more, ideally 3 or even 4 more 5x5 footprints. And it's going to start right here with this battery. I'll put one of these 5x5s right here next to the altar. That should be fine. Three. Nope. Need more pickaxe. Also, maybe blank Ventium featherfish clay. Blank Ventium feather. Need a feather. Where can I get a feather? There's 2 chickens. They will grow up and give me feathers. But until that happens, more pickaxes required. Four and free iron. Funny. And 5. Which the obelisk goes right in the middle of. Wait, no. This is for something else. This is planning for the future. And I don't even know if what I'm planning is even all that far in the future. This battery's going to end up being in a bad place. Why not put it in the floor? That'll be fine. That won't hurt anything. Nicely visible, convenient, out of the way. There's my marker that something goes there. Therefore, in this next 5x5 space, this is where the obelisk will go. Right here. The obelisk is the key block in what's called a neutral nexus. It produces neutral arcane power by burning liquid Ethereum and Ventium dust. This power then gets transferred into the mana battery, and from there can be piped around the base for various magical purposes. The most important of these purposes in the immediate sense is called an arcane reconstructor. It's a device that magically repairs damaged gear. It's incredible, frankly. But also critical is the Calefactor. The Calefactor is a magically powered furnace that produces Vintium dust as a byproduct, and is the intended way to get for yourself infinite Vintium. That isn't even an exaggeration. Literally infinite Vintium. Now, while the obelisk by itself is perfectly functional and serviceable, this is not its final form. The obelisk is best augmented with stone pillars and wizard's chalk runes. These are upgrades that make its burn more efficient. Now I can apply the pillars just fine. A small issue is that we do not currently have the chalk required. And I'm not going to make that chalk because that chalk requires Vintium dust. So I've linked the obelisk to the battery. I'm going to need a bucket and this canister, because it's not capable of burning Ethereum directly from the canister. But it can burn it from the bucket. Now this battery has gone blue, indicating that it's begun charging, which is exactly what we want. And now the Calefactor can go here. We will link the battery to the Calefactor. And now I can't really see the power level of the Calefactor because I don't have the appropriate upgrades or anything. But the Calefactor is powered, and the battery is charging, which is all we really need right now. You guys also need to grow up so I can get feathers out of you. Hurry up! Hurry up, chickens! Fatten for the slaughter. couple things that can help this along. So let's see, Calefactor. I believe that's considered a block. Calefactor. It's a magical furnace. It produces Vintium dust in addition to the smelted material. If provided with light, neutral, and dark Ethereum, it has a chance to double ores and always has a small chance to double food. So that's if I can provide it with all three types of power, and of the three, dark is the hardest to get. Also see Mana Focus and Charge Focus. These are going to be important as well. The Mana Focus decreases costs of operations, and the Charge Focus increases the speed at which machines charge and operate. So, a Charge Focus for speed is good. Multiple Mana Foci for efficiency is better. Unfortunately, Mana Foci are kind of expensive, because we only have one Vintium dust remaining. But the standard focus is comparatively cheap. I mean, I should probably have a bunch of these on hand anyway. And the lesser focus is just glass and gold nuggets. So we get some glass, gold nuggets, then do some smelting to get more Ethereum. Oh look, 20% full. Unfortunately, the bucket is done bucketing. Let's give it another bucket. So what do we smelt in there to get our free Ethereum? I don't know. How about potato? We can make use of that small chance to double food. And maybe get some good stuff out of it. You chickens, stop being tiny. Your services are required in tall mode. Good news is we have iron now. Arcane Reconstructor to repair tools requires 8 diamond and 2 Vintium. So we're waiting on more Vintium still. Oh look, there's one. Our first free Vintium has already been produced. What I should absolutely be doing is moving to make this as efficient as possible, as quickly as possible. So there's 3 standard foci into 1 mana focus. The mana focus will improve its efficiency. What else do we cook? Well, apparently, we could stand to have some smooth stone. More of that at the ready. Gold, redstone. What was the other focus type? I don't need item. I definitely don't need a spell door. Oh, that's interesting. I will have to be right back. Just a moment. Well, never mind. False alarm. Anyway, another mana focus to make it cheaper, and then the third one can be a charge focus to make it faster. I think that's the plan. Oh look, we already have the 2 Ventium dust needed. To further decrease the smelting cost. And 2 free Ventium besides. You just keep this fueled, keep the calefactor running. A couple of blasts for the charge focus. And that'll pick up the speed a bit. And that's it. All we have to do to produce infinite Ventium is to keep smelting things with our fueled obelisk. Eventually, it should reach a point where we're producing enough free Ventium dust that I can use the Ventium dust to fuel the obelisk. But that time is not yet now. Right now what I need to be doing is something with iron. I forgot what. There was something that was going to cost a lot of iron, and I have no memory of what it was. Oh, a tree farm. That's right. But I don't really have the power generation to run such a thing. Dilemmas. I also need to make this. That is important to get out immediately. So we'll get all this. We'll get our diamond, which we have plenty of and have used very little of. Oh, and a magic wall. I have spares. Magic wall, diamond, Ventium dust, and stone. Wait. Stone. Oh, this one's an obsidian. That's okay, we have that too. Obsidian, magic wall, diamond, Ventium dust, stone. There we go. Where do I put it? I think I'm going to move the Oculus to over my bed there. And the Arcane Reconstructor can go right there. This also means I need to link the battery to it. which surprisingly doesn't consume all that much power. But we're still not producing any, we're just consuming it. This is fine and expected. We have more Vintium now, almost, than we mined in the first place. I can take my diamond pickaxe and my Invar axe and stick them in here, and they will be fixed. This might require some more foci, because I don't know what that costs in terms of power, but whatever it costs, I want it to cost less. Two monofoci. One charge focus. Basically the same setup. It's now cheaper and faster. And I'm going to need my bucket back to keep the power flowing. Still need to cook. Need to keep cooking to keep the Vintium coming. You know what I can cook easily? Costs me nothing. Dust. Instead of using electrical power, we can use magical power. My plan for that X'd off area is another nexus of a different type. I plan to make a celestial prism. The problem is that I have to have a spell to be able to do that. You perform a ritual of purification on an obelisk. A ritual of purification? I don't even know if it tells you about rituals. Not those. Inlet rituals. Ritual of purification. You have to draw this sigil in wizard's chalk, place warding candles, which are made exclusively with pig fat, which is an uncommon drop from pigs, and cast a spell with the light component on the obelisk, after dropping a mana focus and a moonstone in the area. And what that does is it creates a celestial prism. It's an obelisk that just generates light power passively. It's a solar panel for magic. What's not to like? The issue there is that I don't have wizard's chalk, which I need to make, like, now. bone meal, clay, Ventium, flint, paper. Ventium, paper, flint. And to get bone meal, obviously it comes from bones. And wow, you can multiply it with wood ash. That'd be great. Or I could just pulverize it for 6 and not burn any wood ash. But frankly, wood ash is plentiful, and I'm going to get tons of it. So why would I not take the opportunity to destroy some? Wizard's Chalk. Can be used to surround the obelisk with that to make it even more powerful. So now we've increased the output of the obelisk and decreased the required input for both of our consumers. That sounds like pretty good economy to me. Let's put the Wizard's Chalk in there. Wizard's Chalk is frustrating. It has very low durability, but you can repair it here in the magical repair machine, which is fine and or dandy. As long as I can keep the power coming, none of my equipment will ever break again. Now, let's see if these chickens have any feathers. There's 2. There's 4. Excellent. Now we're getting somewhere. One of these feathers, featherfish clay. What else do we need here? Orange rune, iron shovel, iron pickaxe. We're very close. Iron pick, iron shovel, and the orange rune is just a blank rune with an orange dye on it. With that, we have all of our spell ingredients. So let's finally enter the realm of magic. Well and proper. I should maybe keep this canister closer to the obelisk. I'll just put it here. That's fine. So, spellcrafting is fairly simple. You need all your materials, preferably ready, preferably in your inventory. You begin the spellcrafting process by throwing in a blank rune. This is always the first ingredient for every spell, without exception. This activates the process. Hovering over your spell book, your spell recipe book, is a superimposition of the next ingredient needed, and it goes into the swirling mass of runic energy. So you need Ventium, feather, fish, clay, and they are generally requested in the order they appear in the book. Though if there are multiples, you could be messed up a little bit. It's fine though, just pay attention to your indicator. Orange rune, iron shovel, iron pickaxe, and then it finishes off with the spell parchment. Here's our spell. The first time you right-click with a freshly crafted spell, it will bring up this menu, where you can name the spell and select an icon for it. What we have here is a beginner's dig spell, so it doesn't really matter what it's called. This can also be changed at any time by, I believe, shift right-click? No? There's something you can do to reopen that screen. I don't remember what it is. But no matter. We've made our first spell. It's a dig spell. We can now dig with our mana bar and gain magic experience and not burn through pickaxe durability. Unfortunately, well, not really unfortunate, but something to keep in mind, is that the level of pickaxe that this dig spell is iron. It digs as though it were an iron pick. This is perfectly fine, but it does mean I'm not cracking obsidian with it. Ah, this is what all that iron was going to be for. I had to make filters. Fume funnel, specifically. Yep, that is 2 blocks of iron, 5 buckets, one of which is full of lava, and a block of glowstone each. So, yeah. Bring on the iron and buckets. The blocks of iron here are no joke. I could also use, I think, 2 more canisters. That's not how that goes. I got these backwards. And that's it for my iron supply. Good work, me. No time. Let's bring the daylight. Chicken farm back here has 13 eggs from just the one chicken. This little guy is a nice and hard worker. He could use some friends. Okay, no friends, I guess. Work harder. We have a lava pocket up to the northeast, and also a couple pockets of black sludge, which I did intend to get. We just slurp up all the black sludge. Ow. Don't touch the black sludge, it sucks. Yeah. Wither, nausea. I think poison too. It's nasty stuff. Which makes it okay for a defensive perimeter if you can avoid it yourself. 2, 3, 4, 4, 4. There we go. There's a full tank of sludge. And a zombie in the ocean. Goodbye, Mr. Zombie. I'm off to collect some lava. And crush everything in my path on the way. Why are there zombie noises? Where are those zombies? Somewhere underground. So is this the mod that had the butcher knife? Am I thinking of? No. No, I just have to kill pigs and hope they drop pig fat. Which probably means I want a pig farm. So I can have infinite pigs and not worry about hunting over hill and dale for pigs. I'm in your pit, vacuuming up all your lava. And that's it. All the lava in this pit is now mine. It didn't even fill the can. More sludge. Let's not worry about the more sludge. There's too much sludge. This is why I don't often install Mine Factory Reloaded. It gets way too into its special fluids and puts them everywhere. I don't need lakes of sludge and sewage in my world. But here they are, and I've got to deal with them as such. Harvesting our glintweed from the middle so the edges spread further away. And this glintweed can go here. We will use it to light this room. Because its presence is considered a natural block. And that will increase our altar power to an extent. There, up to 1204. Now I just need a small pit to put this lava in. I think I emptied some of these over here. No, I did not in fact do that. But I can fit more power in there. This empties that pit. Give me lava. I should really put the pig fat with the Ars Magica. Amid all this fancy dancing around, we've almost got ourselves a fume funnel. There we go, first fume funnel. And the bucket that had the lava in it is returned. I forget if these can be connected behind the witch oven. No, apparently not. I guess that's a feature that was added in later remixes of the mod. Oh well, small mistake on my part. I can still make 2 of them. I could, if I had the iron, which I no longer do. Sludge, a sludge boiler. It's a powered machine, it's a poisonous machine. I have a can of sludge, and a can of lava, and a can of nothing, and a pump. Well, things are happening. Progress is being made. You know, it doesn't really look like it. Refill that trench. In the earlier version of mod, the original Ars Magica, the neutral nexus, before it was called an obelisk, would automatically drink up fluid Ethereum that flowed underneath it. Like if I dug a tunnel that went directly underneath the obelisk, then the flowing Ethereum would be detected. It would trace the flowing Ethereum back to the source block and automatically consume the source block. Which was cool and arguably convenient, but also terrible in a certain other respect. The original obelisk never considered itself full. So if you fed it Ethereum, it would drink that Ethereum, whether or not it could fit in the magic storage you had available. And oh look, our stuff is done. Good. Progress is definitely being made. One of the next things I should think about doing is making an enchanting table. It's really about time to get into something like that. But perhaps more important is I need to get into witchery distilling. The distillery is made from a whiff of magic, which is made from Witch's Oven Rowan, which is why I made this in the first place. I get my Invar axe, just in case I wake up a tree. Looks like it's getting dark. I would like it to not be dark, because I have got to harvest some Rowan saplings. I have the Invar axe in case an Ent shows up. So I have a more potent weapon than a stone axe against the angry tree. Our Spanish moss on the water tank is coming along very nicely. And because these Ents also passively bone meal things just for walking around, it's tempting to want to capture one and somehow keep it near the farm. This is, of course, very dangerous and silly. But ultimately, I mean, it's an idea. Whether or not it's a good idea is contingent on whether or not it works. I'll just keep expanding my light-based territory and waiting for my Rowan to decay so I can collect more saplings. Also, don't we have more potions of Rowan? I should. Make it so much faster to replant these. Alder Rowan. Perfect. You know what? Give me the hawthorn as well. So I haven't harvested any hawthorn yet. Making sure there are no saplings in there. Well, this tree isn't doing us any favors, is it? Not many saplings from that one. It's the other trees that are doing pretty well for us. I'll put the Rowan back. Boom. More saplings. Wonderful. Replace the tree. Find a place for more tree. Somewhere that way. Boom. Perfect. We have all these saplings now. And now we come for the hawthorn. Oh, this is an alder. This is the wrong tree. Have I not planted a single hawthorn anywhere? I guess not. Better fix that. Yeet. Tree. Followed by tree. grab some hawthorn wood so I can get some hawthorn saplings. And I have to go downstairs and grab some alder bottles, because I did not realize I was chopping down an alder. There it is. Oh, there's also the splash boost of pruning. They could be funny. Why not? Flash. Just speeds along the leaf decay process. Get one right in the middle here. Perfect. And I guess we'll cut this one too. Oh, no ent. Kind of surprised to have gone through this many trees and not have a single ent show up. But I suppose when all's said and done, not having an ent appear to ruin my day is honestly a good thing that I should not be complaining about. I just need to replant my alders, and we'll also have to replant hawthorn, which means we'll have to make some potions of hawthorn. This one apparently is not done decaying. That's fine. We'll check that site later. We now have all 3 witchy woods. That's a lot more hawthorn sapling than I thought I had. We have splash potions of alder and rowan. Need to make some hawthorn, which requires netherwork for the capacity, and water artichoke to become splash. Get our bottles, and go to town. I forgot my bucket. Wait. What if I fill a water canister? Oh, that's so much easier. And it means I don't have to make a consumable magical potion to go with it. I just have this water can. Alright, aim right at the intersection. Four more potions of Hawthorn. Refill the cauldrons. Refill the canister. And all is well. I may need to arrange more bottles. But that's not a big deal at all. Oh, darkness. That is a big deal. Now also might be a good time to look at our farm a little more. No saplings fell from that little extra area. Oh, Hawthorn. Nice big one. And Hawthorn. And I think that'll do it for now. We just have fanciful trees all over. The glintweed is spreading as our territory expands. Glory be to the witch farm. Our ember moss plantation makes it a bit difficult to approach our base from this direction, but that's fine. Nobody should be doing that. There's splash brews of all of our fancy trees. Don't like that. Let's put 8 back, keep 16. Set the 16 on fire. Because I need whiffs of magic. We haven't cooked any rolling yet. Put the good axe away until the bad axe breaks. And grab all my farming tools. Because we have another row of crops to move up. Which means they have to be encouraged to improve. I'm also going to harvest the water artichokes just because we need more of them. But they are not going to be moving just yet. Oh, weeds. Weeds. Earlier versions of the mod had a weed spray that was supposed to prevent weeds from farming in a given patch. It did not work. Alright, the mandrakes have sprouted. Don't have to patrol the mandrakes anymore. In fact, I can just go ahead and rip them up. Several of these have half sprouted. We're still waiting on the other plot. Weeds. Can't have that. Nope. Snowbell has sprouted. Snowbell gives us snowballs. This continues to be weird, but it's just how Witchery operates. Our weaker plants still need to stop being weeds. The garlic has sprouted. Leaving Belladonna and Wolfsbane. Wolfsbane is only 1/1/1, which means it's going to have to be watched very carefully. But for now, I think I can leave. Just for the moment. Just long enough to get these analyzed and put away. Also be nice to prepare some more crop sticks, but that might take too long. A subtle problem with using sprinklers to increase our crop growth is that we're also increasing the growth speed of weeds. So the simple fact that we are improving our crop speeds and making this easier and faster to do means we are also giving ourselves greater problems. Two, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3. Alright, have weeds eaten our plants? No. Good. Throw away all our bad seeds. Make more crop sticks. And begin replanting. Moving up a row, of course. Both of these are sprouted. Perfect. Now we'll just plant our stuff to get out of my inventory. And then we can take these up, analyze them, and continue the process. Wolfsbane is a pair. That's not good. 1, 2, 2. Okay, that's actually decent. Belladonna. We have 5, 9, 8. That's strong. 5, 9, 7. Less so. And throw away the junk. let's just go ahead with the next rank. These require a little bit more work to move after they sprout. And I should have brought a bucket for these water pads. Oh wow, these two have already sprouted. That's amazing. Wasting no time with these. That's a sprout, that's a sprout. Still waiting on these three to finish. I might be able to get away with leaving. What I really need is a way to improve the size of my inventory. Because of that... Oh, why are these two unidentified? Because with a larger inventory, I could do more of this at once. 353. We'll take it. 877, that's an improvement. 768, not so much. But it still is an improvement, it's just not good enough of one. Bucket. Oh no, weeds. Not allowed. Weeds are not allowed in my garden. Okay. Got to move this sandy plot up. Replace the dirt. Retill the dirt. Sugarcane has been moved. This one bit of sand doesn't actually need to be sand, but I'm keeping it sand anyway. I also need to replant the white tulip. Everything else is finished sprouting except, oh nope, including the white bloom now. Good. We're all set to move the last row. So, step one, we rip everything up. Step two, you move the water pads. Why is that grass? That makes no sense. Not quite done with that hoe yet. Now we're done with the hoe. And I need water from our water tank to re-flood these water pads. Okay. Now everything's ready to go back down, analyze, come back up, and replant. With no more need for that shovel, certainly. Which plant? Hand plant. Analyze. Water artichokes. Desert Novas. And Wake Blooms. Six, 6, 4, 7, 5, 5. That's a tough one. I think I need to prioritize strength because we're still growing. 8, 5, 7, 8, 5, 6. That one's obvious. 9, 2, 3. 8, 2, 4. Again, we're going with the higher strength so we can continue growing and breeding them. As tempting as a 9 is. Wake Bloom, check. Water Artichoke, check. Desert Nova, check. And now, if my glint weeds don't spread into the farm, I have room for 5 more experiment plots. Which is good, because last I knew I had more seeds than I knew what to do with. Like these 3 seeds. The Lapender and the Red Sodendron I still can't do a thing with. But they are important to remember. I've got Red Tulip. Orange Tulip. And Blue Orchid. We destroy the junk seeds. And all is well. Except with Twitch, which is suddenly telling me that it has problems. Why are you like this, Twitch? Stop complaining, everything is fine. We're just farming, it's not a big deal. I guess I can sawmill the birchwood and get more sticks out of it. That's the wrong machine. I want this one. Yeah, make tons of noise. And shred that birchwood. We also get sawdust, it's a byproduct, which can be used to make paper. It can also be compressed. And it makes sponges, I guess. Also, phytogrow. And florbs. Florbs aren't really that impressive. I don't know what the sponges are for. I guess they can pick up water and lava similar to existing sponges. Dang it, Twitch. Stop telling me my connection is unstable. The compressed sawdust can be smelted into charcoal, which pretty much means you're getting free charcoal out of not smelting wood into charcoal. I mean, the conversion rate isn't amazing, but what you gonna do about free? There's no downside. Anyway, more sticks for me. More sticks means more torches, means we'll be ready to do more things. Like eventually make a light spell once I have access to the projectile shape. But that means I'm going to have to start actually using my dig spell. So, to facilitate that, let's get back into the mines. Oh, look, whiffs of magic. Fantastic. Progress is happening. Whiffs of magic allow me to make attuned stones with buckets of lava. Why it needs buckets of lava is frankly anyone's guess. I could use some just lava sitting around. I don't know where though, because I don't want to start a fire in my base. Or risk walking into it. How about this corner? Get a couple of buckets. Twitch is still complaining. Okay, couple of buckets of lava. Diamond immersed in lava with a whiff of magic. Makes an attuned stone. We'll need a few of these in the course of Witchery, but right now this is what we want. A distillery. Which costs 4 iron, 2 gold, and some more of those infernal clay jars. Which, the need for clay jars is frankly ceaseless. But hey, look. That's another smelting exercise, which means we can get more free Vintium. With literally no downside. I would put that calefactor over here and just replace the furnaces entirely. But the problem with that is that there's a range limit on how far I can direct power from the battery. I don't know exactly what that range limit is, but I don't think it's very far. And while the conduits are cheap, I just don't want to make one right now. I just don't want. Anyway, buckets, whiffs of magic. I need 2 of these jars. Twitch to get its act together. And making the distillery. The distillery is a witchery machine that is powered from the altar, so it has to be near the altar. And it's useful to have it near the witch oven, I suppose. Just to have it kind of there. It can also be useful to have multiple of them. Though this is not something I can power just yet. Also, this location for the lava is going to be awful. Because when I eventually need to start working on Working on filling up my witchery area with things to improve the altar power. That's going to be very flammable. You don't want lava near extremely flammable things. It's just a bad plan. So we've still got our tank and our pump. We now have a spare attuned stone. The witchery thing is starting to fill. Do I have a distilling book? No. What's that cost? Feather, ink, Belladonna book, Breath of the Goddess. Speaking of Breath of the Goddess, we're going to need more of this. Belladonna, feather, ink, book. Distilling. That is not enough clay jars. I want at least 32. I'm not going to use 32 in a single operation because it's not completely efficient. But I want at least the same amount there in case. There. Now let's get some more of that. We also need more jars here, because I need to make Tears of the Goddess from Lapis, and that's 3 jars per operation. It's a mess. We're going to need more clay. Clay would be a fantastic use of our dig spell. So now I have the next book. I still need to rearrange this. Mandrake, Water Artichoke, Wolf's Bane. Actually, Belladonna is more important than Wolf's Bane. Snowbell Garlic. And then 3 trees. Maybe we'll even shift all the trees and things down so I have room for more books, because I know there's a lot of books. And there's a tombstone I might be able to do more with. Poppet shelf? No, not yet. Distillery? Have one. Kettle. We'll need that soon. Candelabra. Also very tempting right now. Chalice. Also very tempting right now. Spinning wheel. Another important machine. I think, given all the options, Chalice is the best use of this right now. The Chalice is another altar boosting item. We have times 2, 1198. Hit it. Times 2, 2396. Once I get a kettle and can fill this chalice with redstone soup, that gets even better. Another thing we could do is make another attuned stone, replace the torch with a candelabra for even more charge speed. It's only 3 iron, but we don't have 3 iron. So it looks like we are back to the iron mines. We also need clay. So we have needs, alright? We have needs. We have needs, and it's afternoon. I'm thinking west. You just go west, explore the riverbed, look for ponds, and actually, I can do even better than that. I can do much better than that. For 4 iron. Which I am willing to sway. This. We already have it. In any mod that relies on materials from specific biomes, Nature's Compass is going to be your best friend. So we need to find, in addition to clay and whatever else, we also need a jungle and a swamp for other important materials. I'm also going to make some kind of pack. And I don't know whether foresters or hunters is the better pick here. I'm going to go with foresters. Forestry packs are highly valuable because they are inventory space multipliers, one of the earliest inventory space multipliers. The Forester's Backpack automatically collects, saplings, wood, other nature-based items. It has 15 additional slots of inventory space for just those kinds of items. It's pretty amazing. Where is the jungle? Four kilometers to the nearest jungle. Well, that's what we're doing. Because I need to add cocoa beans to my gardening. Mine the Ember Moss and follow the compass. I was right, though. We are striking out west. Sarah Blossom, straight into the backpack. Another backpack to be very nice is the Apiarist's backpack, because that can get us into bees. The primary problem with bees is the sheer amount of inventory space that it demands. The Apiarist's backpack allows us to mitigate that. Also, maybe... well, I didn't have the strength to make 2 backpacks, so I could not have also made a hunter's. I'm going to leave cows alone. Probably not my wisest move, but we need pig fat more than we need leather right now. Ink sacks could also be nice. Oh, I see clay. Let's instantly and magically dig some clay so we spend as little time as possible underwater. The mechanics of Ars Magica mean that spamming a spell like that is not the best plan. At least not if your goal is mana efficiency or gaining XP efficiency. But my goal right now is collecting clay rapidity, so I don't really care about efficiency. The reason for that is the bright red bar on the left side. See, that blue bar on the right is my mana. When I'm holding the Dig It spell, you can see the hand icon next to my mana bar, which indicates that what I'm holding is a touch spell. But the red bar on the left is called Burnout. That goes up as you cast spells, and it acts as a sort of multiplier on the mana cost of casting a spell, and a negative multiplier, though I'm not sure the specifics, on how much XP you get per spellcast. Basically, the more rapidly you cast spells, the more expensive it gets, and the less XP you get for doing so. Frankly, that mechanic alone makes it very unpleasant to make combat spells. Because you can't cast a combat spell rapidly, and it's not wise to make an expensive combat spell either, or even possible at my current level, then what are you going to do? Which is why the Wise Mage begins with utility spells. Oh, and we have one of these slices in our way, which is going to make travel a bit more difficult. I really don't know what causes these or how to stop them. They're just a huge pain. Also, sunflowers, don't mind if I do. I think they're needed for something, but I don't remember what. I'm also going to compress my clay so it takes up less inventory space. That's better. Pools of sewage. More pigs. It's a lot of pork chops and not a lot of fat, when I need the fat. This looks like a swamp, which is one of the other things that we needed. Grab some lily pads. Swamps are also really good for clay. But lily pads have witchery applications, and vines have witchery and Ars Magica applications. So I'll need to find somewhere at home to grow vines in addition to all the Spanish moss we're collecting. A time will also come when we have functionally infinite clay. That time is not now. I maybe should be making slag in the thermal expansion machine, so I can manufacture clay that way. It's looking, though, like the Forester's backpack was the correct choice, because we're in this for a lot of plants. I should probably stop collecting vines. I can grow them, so it's not necessary to have all the time. Pigs, on the other hand. Pig massacre needs to happen. We've only passed the first kilometer. I don't know which kind of forestry pack would accept clay, but I would guess the diggers. The diggers pack accepts dirt, so it would stand to reason that clay would be fine too. We now can no longer cast our dig spell, and need to wait for mana to regenerate. That's another thing Burnout does. It reduces your mana regeneration rate. So we need the Burnout bar to fall first. Then our mana will start coming back more rapidly. But really, I just need all this clay. Give me the clay, stop making me wait. Clay goes into Villecraft pipes. Don't care. We smelt it into hardened clay. Does that help me in any way? Well, it goes in, it can be dyed. That's always been the case. And then once dyed, well, terracotta doesn't exist yet. So, you can't glaze the clay by resmelting it. That's a village. I can see the triangle profile of a house and the glass. Maybe we go take a peek at what they're up to while we're out and about in the middle of the night. Struggling to walk in the water. That is a hobgoblin. Another little witchery guy that they're useful. They're not useful in any way, shape, or form yet. But again, a time will come where I need them. Blue creeper spotted. Yeah. Ow. So the way those blue creepers work is they create that suffocating vortex you saw, drain the mana of all players within it, and then use that mana to fire off an explosion. So the higher level of spellcaster you are, the more dangerous they are. I'm only level 4. That's that blue number above my Minecraft XP value. So they're not that big a threat. As we get stronger, they become much, much more of a threat. Yikes. Glad I killed him. Need to stop this from becoming weeds. The greenhouse structure that AgriCraft generates, I know I explained this last time, generates with these 5 cross crops, the cross sticks in the middle as, I guess, kind of an example to the players that that's how it works. But it completely ignores the fact that that's how you invite weeds. So if one of these generates and you don't immediately jump on it and knock those out, then it'll destroy itself. Huh? Who's being murdered? I don't know what happened. Alright, so I grabbed... Let's just open this backpack up. What do we got? Oh, it can take AgriCraft crops. Then that also solves my problem with the farm at home. Gonna need to be a little selective. Cactus. I don't have cactus yet. That's lovely. Carrot, pumpkin, tulip, wake bloom, poppy. More brown mushroom spores. Netherwort spores, probably better than mine. If they have any stats at all, they're better than mine. I have room for 2 more. No, I have room for 1 more, because I still need cocoa. I think I'm taking that other Netherwort. Or this other cactus. Actually, I have no need for the sapling or that cereblossom. So I can take both. Cactus, Netherwort. And another Tarma root. and a Tarma root. That'll do. I've already lost all this inventory space to various interesting and uncommon items, and we're only only 1 kilometer into the journey. I'm sorry. Boom? What the heck was that boom? There shouldn't be any booms anywhere within earshot. For any reason. Oh, creeper in the sewage. You go ahead and enjoy your melting, buddy. Torn page, don't need that book. I have the books of biomes. I just made collecting fumes. I don't know if I have Bruisin infusions. No, I have collecting fumes. I just made distilling. I have herbology. We might not have Bruisin infusions. Got a whole castle here. There's nothing in the castle, ever. It's just something which regenerates sometimes. I also saw a villager with a yellow coat. The guy that does the bees, forestry villager. But I don't have the inventory space or the backpacks to go searching out his house to steal his bees. What we have is this village on the map, and that'll have to do for now. What I need is cocoa beans and jungle wood, which I could have solved the jungle wood problem ages ago, honestly, if I just used Mutandis to keep a jungle sapling. But I chose not to do that. Desert. Very good. Unfortunately, we already have Desert Nova and Cactus, so the desert has nothing useful for us. Yet. It does have patches of, I believe that is not sludge, but actually oil. A Buildcraft fluid that can be processed into gasoline and used to fuel generators. Doing so is not particularly impressive, because it takes a lot of power and a lot of time to do the refining. I think the amount of power that you get back out of the gasoline is roughly equivalent to the amount you put in. don't know what I'm looking at over there. Some black fluid is spreading. That could be more oil, it could be sludge, I don't know. There's also, according to the minimap, a very large cluster of unknown mobs in this direction. Or there was. They might have despawned. I don't see anything. Oh, yep, that. Oh boy, look at all the oil. You can tell it's oil because it looks different from the sludge. The sludge is more translucent, you can see through it, and it doesn't have these bright white streaks in it. So that's the visual difference between MFR sludge and BC oil. That is an oil spout. Boy, if I ever wanted oil, this is the place. There are many ways to collect oil. I could do it by hand with a pressure pipes canister. That's 64 buckets in a single inventory slot. I could make thermal expansion tanks. Will basically do the same thing. I could make a pressure pipes tank, but that's a structure and can't really be carried with me. Look at it all. It's an oil field. It just saturates the sand. But the preferred way to collect oil is with a Buildcraft pump, which is a powered machine, very old. It's been around for a long, long time. It's a powered machine that automatically extrudes a pipe straight down until it contacts a fluid, and drinks that fluid. Outputs it into adjacent pipes or tanks. And that is best paired with a late-game thermal expansion block that I don't think exists in modern versions, but it was a very good block during this era. The Tesseract. The Tesseract was and is a very useful block that functions as a sort of portal for anything but the player. There's energy tesseracts. I believe there's fluid tesseracts. There might even be item test. Yes, there are also. Well, I don't know if there's an item tesseract. But one of the solutions I used to use for generating a lot of power, or at least collecting a lot of fuel to generate power, was thermal expansion had a generator, and still does, called the magmatic generator. It accepts lava and turns it into power. Where do you get absolute tons of lava? From the Nether. So I would drill my way into the Nether ceiling and make a small chamber where I could fit a Buildcraft pump. Let's try to get rid of those seeds. That's new seeds. Goodbye. Where I could fit a Buildcraft pump, a magmatic generator, not even a magmatic generator power, 2 redstone generators, which are cheap and require no fuel. What the heck? Why is there an air pocket down here? getting away from the topic. I used to make a small chamber in the nether ceilings over the great lava lakes in the nether, with enough room for a pump, 2 redstone engines, and a tesseract. And I would just power my base generators with the lava straight from hell. I didn't need store-bought, because I could pump the lava straight from hell. And while it wasn't infinite power, because eventually the pump would get to a point where it drained the entire chunk of lava and wasn't able to scan adjacent chunks due to, well, limited chunk loading, that I could pull no more lava from the bright red abyss. But it worked for a long, long time. Whenever it stopped working, all I had to do was go back to the nether and find a new lake, a new place to plant a new pump. Or just move the existing pump. Okay, stop giving me these trash seeds that I don't need. It's the pain of chickens being small. Oh, yeah, thanks. Just throw the chicken and feather all the way off the cliff. Now I have to find a way back up. Meanwhile, the sheep laugh at me. Here we go. This looks promising. Now I reach the top again. Haven't seen a pig in a while, come to think of it. There have been sheep, there have been cows, there have been chickens. Pigs have been kind of light. Desert. Looks a little less heavy on the oil than the last desert. Ow. Gravity. Ah, spiders. Still need more string. And there are precious few ways to get it. Bad creeper. Go away. Hit it. That almost ended my little trip. If this was an iron sword instead of Invar, I would have died there. But the extra point of damage from the Invar means that I don't need 2 crits. A single crit and a normal hit will do. But they both have to land. I also don't mind all this gunpowder. What I do mind is having to swim all this way. Minecraft swimming is a huge pain because for some reason it basically thinks you're jumping if you hold the spacebar. And bopping around the surface like this by constantly jumping drains food rapidly and is slower than tapping the spacebar manually just to keep your head above water. This is also back in the days before sprinting in water was a thing. The only other way you can increase your swimming speed is with mods. Botania actually does that really well. There is a Ring of Chordata in Botania that cranks up your swim speed to ludicrous levels. I believe it also gives you water breathing. Very powerful ring, very cheap. At least insofar as Botania forces anything to be expensive. Ooh, don't shoot me. You shot me. Now I have to... Oh, that's a lot of skeletons. I'm glad I have armor. Run! Let the arrows push me. I'm glad I have good armor. How? Oh, that's how I'm still getting shot. That's a spider jockey. I thought I had escaped the normal skeletons, and I had, but there was an additional pursuer. We also have another generated greenhouse, which is already with bad weeds. Maybe one day we'll be able to do this. Maybe. For now, it's enough that it just doesn't decay on its own. What did I just pick up? Nothing, apparently. A book house with what looks like books I already have. Distilling, observations, brews and infusion, nothing new. An Enderman. Okay. You guys do your thing, I guess. Completely surround the baby zombie and miss every shot. That's your prerogative. This stuff can just stay here. I can't afford to lose the inventory space for it. Can't. It's not more valuable than the empty space it would replace. Which is a stunning condemnation of something as rare as horse armor. We're now racing across our third desert full of skeletons. Oh boy. So many problems. So little movement speed. It looks like we're closing in now. We are within a kilometer. Just that last click to go, which unfortunately seems to be over water again. I'm not looking forward to getting back. Oh. I'm looking forward even less to going back to the jungle again. Because, as I said before, a couple villages ago, I did not bring the inventory space or the backpacks to manage bees. And one of the reasons that jungles are important in this mod pack is for forestry reasons and bee reasons. There is a crucial bee species in the jungle. And I simply don't have the means to collect it right now. The good news is this will put the jungle on our map. And I will know where it is. Which will make future trips easier because I can prepare for the journey with things like, I don't know, swim speed potions. I'm sure that's a thing. If not, I know Ars Magica has a swim speed spell. That would be a fun way to grind magic levels. Oh, this is not a fun swim. I suppose I've done more boring things for shockingly long periods of time. I mean, it's this or going back to more farming, right? At least the oceans are completely safe in this version. This is before Drowned. This is before Ocean Temples. The only thing in the water at all are squid. Squid and oil spouts. I guess if I had Thaumcraft installed, I'd also be incentivized to dig a mine under the ocean for water V shards, but that's neither here nor there. Another possible question is, why didn't I just make a boat? Well, Minecraft boats, this far back in Minecraft, were terrible. This is back when boats would explode if you ran into a surface too hard with them. There's also lag issues with boats and rendering issues with boats. Basically, if you travel too far too fast, the game just forgets about mob AI. And so you can end up far and away in land with cows that don't move and can't be attacked because the game doesn't yet recognize that you've moved that far. I've had this happen on servers as well as having it happen on solo play. And while this happens with boats consistently, it doesn't happen if you increase your base movement speed by other means. So if I had a swim potion or a spell that made me swim faster, then I could just zip across this giant ocean and be perfectly fine. And all the creatures when I arrive would still be animated and able to do things. In other news, Land Ho. I already have vines, so I don't need to worry about that. We're just here for cocoa beans and some samples of jungle logs. A sapling or two might be okay, but I don't need one. Technically, I don't need jungle logs either. I could just go to Town of Mutandis again until a jungle sapling pops up, and then have all the jungle logs I could want. But I don't think jungle trees grown from saplings, magical or otherwise, tend to come with cocoa beans. For cocoa beans, I just have to go here. 4 kilometers from home, almost. And here we are. The land of cocoa beans and cats. That's our sample of cocoa beans. They are not considered a forester's backpack item. Wasn't expecting that. I figured they could just go in that slot. Apparently not. Well, you know, it is a forestry backpack slot item. Jungle logs. So the slot I kept open was not wasted. There it is. I don't need a whole ton of jungle wood, just enough to plant cocoa beans on, because that's how cocoa beans grow. They grow on the side of oak logs. But as long as I have one inventory slot dedicated to it, why not fill that inventory slot? Or destroy my axe, whichever comes first. In fact, pourquoi no la dos? Both is good. There goes the axe. We haven't quite filled the inventory slot, but that's fine. That's a good place to stop. Murder lay pigs for more fat. That should not have been a crit, but I'll take it. And I can grab more cocoa bean. It's not necessary. I mean, the amount of cocoa bean I have is enough to just produce more. So we're basically done here. I don't need that. Get rid of that sapling. But you know what? To make the trip back, it might behoove me to make a boat. I know I just went on that long rant about how boats are not a good idea. But honestly, as long as I can get home marginally faster, I am willing to put up with the potential calamity of a boat. Planks, crafting table. I'll just stick it in that hole, so if I accidentally trip over this place again, I'll never see it. Boat. This single boat will prove to be a mistake. We are moving faster. So there's that. It's also quieter. It's not as choppy. I'm not having to hold down space to bob up and down. We're saving food. So there are certainly advantages to using the boat. Unfortunately, you gotta watch out for the squid. In a Minecraft boat, squid are the speed bumps of the sea. If you hit a squid too hard, it will count as a collision and your boat will explode. I should probably be more specific about what explode means, because it doesn't go off like TNT or a creeper. Instead, it just breaks into planks and sticks. Not enough planks and sticks to reconstruct the boat. This is why some other mods, like Industrial Craft comes to mind. Industrial Craft allowed a metal boat that was motorized, that wouldn't explode on impact. That's a house. Have I seen that house? I have not seen that house. We need to go see this house. This could be important witchery lore. I also need to get out of this boat and not run to ground. Like now. Stop the boat. Collect the boat. The boat is intact. We have done well. This is a witch hut. A witchery witch hut. You are not skilled in the art. I expected that. Witchery witches are important for increasing your power much later. But until you are worthy of their concern, they won't give you the time of day. Being worthy of a coven witch's concern means that you have bound a familiar to yourself. This is most definitely a later problem. Uh-oh. Death to you. Did he drop a bow? I thought he dropped a bow. Apparently not. Anyway, here we are in the middle of the night, almost 3 kilometers from home. Need to be getting back. The moon is but a crescent, which means witches are out in force. Endermen are too, which confuses me because I thought they were mutually exclusive. I mean, not completely mutually exclusive, but I thought the chances, the spawn rate of Endermen and witches were tied to the cycles of the moon and inverted. Like, I have long believed that witches spawn more commonly under a full moon, Endermen spawn more commonly under a new moon. But the longer I play, the less true that appears. And yet I stubbornly hold to it. Nope. Squid pack. Don't hit the squid too hard. So this has been a very productive expedition. We picked up everything I set out to find. We also have enough string to make at least 2 more backpacks. Is that a new town? That's a new village. I have not been to this village yet. We need to hit the brakes and abandon ship. And where's my boat? Behind me. This is a witchery city. It's got a wall around it. Notably, this wall does not really help them, because it's still dark in there. Mobs can still spawn inside. The only thing it really does for them is make it difficult for the player to get inside, because I have to go looking around for a door. Like this one. And they have a greenhouse that I need to sanitize and make safe. Break the 5 problem blocks. This also gives me free crop sticks, which I don't mind. This is also the larger version that has a seed analyzer ready for the taking, sprinklers. I didn't actually know that they had sprinklers. I will take 3 sprinklers. I don't want the wood irrigation channels. My own channels are a different material. They clash. That's right, I'm turning down free stuff because it doesn't fit. And then a big wooden water tank. And an agricraft villager selling Desert Nova seeds. For way too much. I am not paying 45 emeralds for Desert Nova seeds. I don't have 45 emeralds. There sure are a lot of skeletons in this town. I see, I think, a bookshelf. We have here a smith. with not worth the space. Honestly, I wouldn't mind an apothecary so I could steal another cauldron. Cauldrons cost a lot of iron. Hop. I think we have a new book. Distilling, conjuration, and fetishes. I definitely don't have. Another page. Everything else we do have. Why is there an Observations of an Immortal in every book place? For an expensive book that it takes a nether star to make, they sure are generous with giving you one at every opportunity. Yep. And here we do in fact see a witchy place where I can steal a cauldron. Also, Wool of Bat, amazing. Mutandis, not as amazing. I can make tons of that. Thank you for your time and stuff. This is the same one I already solved. Yeah, it has gaps where I broke the stuff. Hello, Iron Golem. Please get out of my way. Wait, there's a blitz up there. I will just continue ignoring it, as well as everything else. Oh, this is another... Another greenhouse that needs to be weeded. Problem solved. We now have too many crop stakes. But when the time comes, we'll be free to loot all the things. Now I just need to get back out and continue home. Hello, Creeper. I heard you. I didn't see you. More spiders. I would love to have lots more string. Thank you. I'll switch daytime so they don't see me as a threat until I attack. Skeleton, chill in the shade. Creeper. Oh, that's a desert temple. Do I have the inventory space for raiding a desert temple? I don't... No. No, I do not. Not even remotely. I'm gonna mark it and get the heck out. Wicker Man? Haven't seen one of those in a while. Wicker men are dangerous at night, because under all that hay bale is a zombie spawner. It doesn't function during the daytime because zombies are not allowed to spawn in the light. But at night, if you get close enough to activate the spawner, it will activate and you will have unlimited zombies chasing you down. Down to a click and a half. The trip home so far has been much less grueling than the trip there. Also, we have another village, another walled city specifically, of the desert variety. So you wipe out some pigs in the hopes of getting more fat. No good? Well, maybe good. 5 fat? 5 fat is nothing. That is probably the biggest pain point with this mod. The rarity of pig fat, and the fact that most rituals that require candles require 4 of them. And the fact that it's very easy to accidentally waste candles, because they have a whole other function, and a candle that has been activated to search for blocks cannot be used in a ritual setup. Alright, another weeded greenhouse. Another free cauldron. Another roll of bat. And now that we're done staring and laughing at the very strange village generation, it's time to leave again. I probably should just be casting Dig at random, just to farm XP. And what am I going to do with that last inventory slot if not collect something pointless? And some sand is fine too. Also, I kind of wonder if I can use a dig spell to collect beehives. But I'm not willing to destroy the beehive if I'm wrong. These are important. These are important and highly valuable. Oh look, free level. I mean, if I'm not using my infinitely regenerating mana bar to convert it into XP, what am I even doing? Especially since so much of the mod is gated, or is supposed to be gated, behind your mage level. I say supposed to be because, again, I turned off the staged compendium. So while I theoretically could do pretty much anything, because I have all the entries unlocked, in more practical terms, it doesn't actually matter. Because anything I try to do that's above my pay grade will simply kill me. This is why I use Ars Magica preferentially over the more popular Thaumcraft. Ars Magica and Thaumcraft both punish you for your hubris in meddling with powers beyond your understanding. Thaumcraft simply assumes that all powers are beyond your comprehension, and the pursuit of knowledge is simply going to drive you mad because you are a weak and flimsy human being. Despite the fact that you are wielding the powers of the cosmos casually, you still passively and constantly and unavoidably erode your own brain just for learning about them. Ars Magica 2, by contrast, allows you to make preparations and take precautions and learn about the problems you face, and then deal with them appropriately. It rewards you for recognizing the threats you face and handling them wisely. Whereas Thaumcraft just sticks its thumb in your eye and says, "What a shame, man! You meddled with magic. Now you have to deal with with mysterious arcane hit squads showing up to your house every 20 minutes." I'll tell you, having a pack of invisible spiders fall out of your pants every 15 minutes is not a good time for anyone, least of all the spiders. Ooh, Symbology's a new book. I think that's more important than 6 sticks. I can get another cauldron from the apothecary. But first, we need to prevent this from becoming a nightmare. Now, about that apothecary. Thank you, don't mind if I do. A spectral dust, that's almost worth taking. But no, my inventory is completely full and I have better things to do with it. We are within a kilometer of home. Victory is within our grasp. If If only the world didn't lag sputter whenever a monster entered our vision. I blame the bolt. Horses. It's a little late for horses. Not that I think I have a saddle. This swamp is nice. Much closer to home than before. Maybe I could farm it for slime balls at some point. So now that's on the radar. Or on the map, anyway. Oop, creeper. Mind the creeper in the grass. He is well camouflaged, but I spotted him nonetheless. You, spider. Give me your string. I demand it. Which I want nothing to do with you. Chicken? Chicken. Coming in from behind our village next door. Death to pig. Avoid the creeper. This greenhouse we don't need to perform preventative measures on, because this is the one we looted. Oh, hi. How did they not hit me? Ow. Leave me alone, I'm just trying to go home. I have so much crap to offload. Jiggity jig. Home again, home again. I've got clay. So I can produce all the clay jars I could, well, want for the immediate future, I suppose. I will not be so foolish as to say all the clay jars I could ever need. Distilling, fumes. Yeah, conjuration is new. Symbology is new. More pages. I think it's 10 pages is the maximum. Not really a concern just yet. I've got cocoa beans. Very important. I have raw chicken. Raw chicken is used for things. Not many things, but a few. Protein liquefier. Witch's oven, boiling. There's also the pork chops. Pork chops apparently have a few more uses. And can be liquefied to protein. That was 500. How much was this? 350. Okay, well, I'm gonna call the chicken useless. And get it cooking with the power of magic and free Vintium. Also fix my sword. We got feathers now. Plenty of feathers now. Some pig fat. Some wool bat. Spare cauldrons. Don't know what I'll do with them yet. The kettle is 1. Ender tanks are 2. That's linked ender storage for fluids. I can smelt them into iron. That'd be a good use of my time. And we have what's in here. All this stuff. Vines and lily pads and sunflowers, and mushrooms. Elm goes down there. I'm gonna need 4 more sand to make a sand plot for this cactus. And can cocoa beans be analyzed? I didn't think so. It was worth a shot. That's got a 1 on it. That's terrible. Oh, but it has a 5 strength, so we can improve that 1 much more easily. Still, I think the 644 is our winner. We can now identify Tarmaroot. 141, garbage. Nether wart. Gotta be better than the 111 I have sitting in that chest. 346. 371. And the cactus seeds. 125, that's a good starting point. 271, that is not a good starting point. You have better nether wart. 476. That one's better, so we'll throw that out. 346. That's trash. A brown mushroom that also has to be grown in the dark. And we're planting the cactus and cocoa. The cocoa I can keep down here. It's where I'm most likely to need it. Here? Yeah, that can be broken. I'll figure out what I'm doing with the rest of this space later. But for right now, we're placing jungle logs and cocoa beans. That brings our altar power up a bit. Wasn't the reason I did that, but it's still good. More jungle wood in case I want to expand. Again, this is all trash. I need to plant the cactus. I don't currently have my sword because it's in the shop being repaired. For cactus, I'm going to commandeer this 2x2 space. And I forgot to bring a single crop stick. Oh well. Give me my sword back. It is also fast approaching the time where I need to channel some of this water underground into another grow chamber. Because I need some sprinklers in the dark. Eggs. Over a stack of eggs. Brilliant. Will you give me more chickens? Not a single additional chicken. Why do your eggs not hatch into more chicken? Every time I try to get more chickens in here to accelerate the rate at which I get eggs, I am mocked by the chicken. The chicken, he laughs. So now I have a forester's pack, which is excellent. We also have 2 blue infinity points to use to improve our magic. And the obvious pick here is projectile. There's just no... It is top choice for 1 available blue point. From here, things are kind of up in the air. Binding is a terrible shape. I have not yet figured out how to make binding useful, but it leads to important stuff eventually. Defense, I could get the self shape and then maybe branch out into things like leap, regen. Swift swim is in here somewhere. There it is. Kind of far down, but it's all blue on the way. We could also get into force damage. I don't really care about force damage. We could also get into fire damage, which is honestly necessary. But not yet. Not yet. Right now, I just want, like, mana regen 1 would be fine, so we can spell more often. But we now have projectile, and we have light, so I can put those together to make a projectile light spell. Simple. Let me grab a book, feather, and ink. I also need to make several more backpacks, just for the next time I go mining. Diggers packs to hold cobblestone, miners packs to hold ore. Great stuff. And an apiarist's pack to hold bees and start another bee thing. That'd be great too. Right now, we want a projectile shape with a light component. And that's all it is. It's a projectile light recipe. In order to craft this spell, we're going to need to bookend it with the blank rune and the spell parchment, because that never changes. Vintium Arrow Snowball White Rune. We'll start there. Vintium. Here's all my chicken. Tasty, tasty chicken. We'll need that. Arrow. Snowball. And White Rune. This is before the days of white dye. So white dye is literally just bone meal. Next set. Cereblossom Torch, Vintium Torch. And that's it. Cereblossom Torch. Vintorch. And then the spell parchment. And that's it. The only thing I would like more is if I had spent that point on color instead of mana regen. But honestly, the default colored lights are perfectly fine. I'm also going to cook these pork chops. Cook and poke chops for the Vintium. Spell recipe, blank rune, and let's get this light spell made. Done. Pop that off the lectern. I always name my first basic light spells something of this nature. And it has a little basic light ball as the icon. Now I no longer need torches, like, at all. And we also have probably one of the single best spells for mana, or sorry, for XP generation. Because when you cast the light spell, the amount of XP you gain is based on the amount of dark area that the light spell illuminates. This is, in a word, ridiculous. Because it means if you go into a dark cavern and just spam it everywhere, you gain tons of XP for pretty much nothing, besides doing what you were already going to do in the first place, and scattering lights everywhere. It's nutty. Okay, what is our next move? I need more iron, still and again. Which means we're going to need backpacks. Which means I may want a personal chest so I can store things that I don't need immediately. Taking all these tools and things out of here. The golden sword can stay though. That's a potential component. And all the unnecessary junk can go in here for safekeeping. Which currently includes the forester's backpack. Okay, we want a digger's pack, which is made from stone. We also want a miner's pack, which is made with iron. There's the stone. There's the iron. Miner's pack. Digger's pack. Now my inventory won't be completely flooded with cobblestone and assorted garbage and all the ores that we find. We've basically given ourselves another 30 inventory slots when we're digging. So the only thing that can drive me back out of the mine is running out of pickaxe. And not even that, because I have a dig spell now. This is certainly a leap forward in our various types of power. And for now, I think that'll be where we leave it. We've done very well for ourselves. We've got magic running, and we've made a successful jungle trip. Look at all this Vintium that just comes from cooking food. And the hilarious fact that we have a chance to double food when you cook it in there. The only thing that would make me happier right now is if I could get more chickens into my little chicken pen up there. But the chickens aren't being cooperative, and neither are the eggs. Now, we've got Breath of the Goddess, which is also something I need to deal with. This will be our final task. It's going to take, 10 Breath of the Goddess is fine. Which means we're going to need... We're just going to need some of those, some of those clay jars. So let's get some free magic XP for tearing these down. Oops. Did not mean to break the stone. And yep, all the clay goes in the digger's pack, as desired. Wonderful. Get the clay jars cooking. Do I want a second calefactor? Because these furnaces, completely outmoded. Actual furnace object themselves, they have various uses. And if I didn't have a mod that also provided silver, I should pay attention to the silver vat. But the silver vat isn't really a huge deal. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Give me the jars. Give me the foci. Give me the calefactor. You are going over here where my furnace belongs. And can I link it? Yes. I thought that might be too far, which is why I didn't do it before. restock the foci. That is enough. Oh, that's the wrong place for the jars. I want more jars in here. I would kind of like to potentially double clay jars, but I don't think that happens. Not even in a calefactor running all 3 types of power. You know what I can do, though? I can now make a Celestial Prison, because we have a light spell. Oh, no, never mind. We don't have Moonstone, so we can't. The secret of Moonstone is one that's going to have to wait. So we need to get Distilling, because I need Tear of the Goddess. Tear of the Goddess gives me Chalk, and Chalk allows me to get the circles here that'll make potion making cheaper in terms of power. And there's a lot of other witchery stuff that takes off. It just starts going crazy as soon as we get that online. There, that's enough jars. That gets going. And that will do it for the day. It has been a good time. We have 2 spells. I will consider making a spell book tomorrow. We have more farming to take care of, and a bunch of other fun stuff to knock out next time. Which will not be tomorrow, because tomorrow is Tuesday. I know my schedule isn't fully consistent, but the one thing that you can count on is that I do not stream Tuesdays. So, see you Wednesday, or next time, whenever that may happen to be. Until then.